afternoon. Welcome to the next Wednesday afternoon at 9:70 a.m. at St. Croix WSTX. This is your host, Mary Moorhead. Thank you for tuning in and welcome to St. Croix, to St. John, to St. Thomas, and all the Virgin Islanders abroad and around the world, because we must understand that we are all over the place. But thank you for tuning in, and let me point out to you, those of you who want to connect, the numbers are 340-773-0390 or 340-773-0490. Your calls are welcome, whether they be criticism, praises, comments, whatever that you want to share it, please do give a call and educate, inform. That is always a good thing to do. Okay? Um, I am a bit distracted today, I must admit, and that is because uh, presently the Senate Committee on Education and Workforce Development is presently in hearing on St. Thomas with simulcast to St. Croix. So I do encourage those of you who are interested and recognize and lobby and advocate for the quality public school education in the Virgin Islands. There are, well, presently they're still in debating some bills, specifically that have been recommended and proposed by Senator Alma Eiliger. The first one was already held in committee, um, and that was the one that she was proposing for the children to say the Pledge of Allegiance and the motto every morning at the start of the school day. And I must admit, I was not consistently able to listen because I was in and out of my car, but I do know it was held in committee. And apparently, the same will take place with the second one now that is being discussed, and that is the one to mandatory have changed the age of student begins school from 5-year old to 4-year old. And she herself, I'm speaking to Senator Heiliger, has said a couple of times that she is not prepared for the bill to move, but she allowed it to stay on the agenda to get the benefit of the debate and the discussions. So it appears like that one will be also held in committee. I don't at this time recall what the third bill was because there were three of them, you know, but that is going on presently. And then the part I hope to be able to tune in to some of later, and that is to hear the committee question the department, and specifically the Bureau of Construction and Maintenance, to get some um, idea of what is happening. Where are they? How far along is all this stuff or whatever? Okay, um, so hopefully I'll be able to hear that. Okay. Oh, and the third bill that again is proposed by Senator Heiliger. The third one has to do with mandating daily morning exercise routine for the children at the beginning of the day. And for some reason, I do believe I think probably that one will end up being held in committee also. And basically because teachers have so many things to do, and we know with all the different emergencies and situations that are popping up um, almost on a daily basis now, a weekly basis for sure, anyway, in the territory. And I'm talking about, problems with water, problems with electricity, problems with the weather, problems with the environmental surrounding, all these different impacting the regular school day. That is like every minute, every hour, every second is really precious, and you have to make the most of it. So to have senators legislate, what you must, as an educator, must do with your time, it's a bit much. Let's put it that way. Because you, as an educator, your main job, your the reason you are there is to instruct the children in the curriculum that is presented, to be covered by the department with the approval of the board. So it's like anything else, all these um, branching off different things, all it does is uh, take away from the time. And sometimes there's a distraction because once you move away from the lesson for the day or whatever, sometimes depending on one naturally the classroom management skills of the educator, and sometimes it determines on the character and personality of the children in the room. It may be difficult once you branch off to something else like a physical exercise, hard to then have them settle down and focus on the learning. So, as I said, it's very possible three of these bills today presented, proposed by Senator Heiliger, may end up being held in committee. Um, there's only one that I personally um, sort of not I sort of, because you see, I mentioned it to the senator. Um, you cannot at this time, at this point, given the situation that exists with our public school system, how can you begin to fathom that we can mandate a change as serious as having children start at 4 year old instead of five? Okay. As simple as it might sound to some of you out there, there's a lot that is underlying in a change such as that. The one that I heard them point out on the floor that is significant is that the way the law reads now, it says that a child is mandated to begin school at 5 year old, and it gives the extension for that 5 years to be made by December 31st of the year, okay, of the registration year. So, say for instance, that being the case, you know, any child that has a birthday um, in September, October, November, December, uh, that those children who have the birthday in those months will definitely then be starting school, well, uh, at 4 year old technically. Okay. Now, naturally, that that particular situation leaves, as I see it, the discretion, the decision as to whether or not to register the child is left with the parent. And reason being, if your child does not make five until September, October, November, December, you could decide, well, hello, he or she needs a little more potty training, a little more attention, determination, a little more social interventions, whatever. And you would not be in violation by not registering your child because technically, when school begins in August, your child is still 4 years old. And then they by the next school year, then they would become mandatory because they would definitely be 5 years old by then, and you would have to register the child for kindergarten. But at the same point, with the bill that was being proposed by Senator Heiliger, what was being said is that if the child is 3 years old, okay, and the law as it sits remains the same, where you're just changing the number from 5 to 4, okay, then that means that child who makes 4 after August, meaning September, October, November, December, that child would be beginning school technically at 3. And they were pointing out that, that could cause some problems because it directly impacts the Head Start program, which is for 3 and 4-year-olds. But at any rate, as I said, my whole thing was, and I didn't see that they needed to go any further for any further research, even though personally I understand and know that if you have a child coming from an household that has some sense of education, then you have 4 year olds who would be ready and would well, they would bloom, and they would do well to start school, to go to pre-kindergarten, a 4 year old. But it must remain as it is now, voluntary. So if it's up to the parents as to whether they register the 4 year old for pre-kindergarten, and it's also up to the department as to whether they accept a 4 year old. Okay. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good morning. I didn't catch it from the beginning. What was the justification about trying to have 4 year olds in kindergarten? Is what I'm thinking.
No, no. What the legislation that Senator Heiliger is proposing is to simply change the mandatory age of beginning school from 5 to 4.
So the 4 year olds will go into what grade? When they go
Kindergarten,
when they go into kindergarten.
kindergarten.
Like, so, okay, so what was the justification? Because it was strikes me that the average 4 year old wouldn't do well in such a structured setting. Is there has this been done elsewhere? Or what was the justification for this?
Um, hmm, to be perfectly honest, I did not hear her introduction, so I can't rightly answer that question.
Okay.
But you see, the whole thing is, well, she said her position was that she did quite a lot of research from the mainland. Um, but my thing was that really it did not seem to me that she did any research or much from a local situation because, as I saw it, you need not go any further than the fact that our local government public school system cannot accommodate any more room, any more, any other grades. They don't
Yeah.
have they don't have the rooms, the classrooms. They don't have the staff, the faculty, because let's make sure that we understand in those lower in the primary say early childhood situation, it's not just a teacher, it's also mandated for a paraprofessional.
Mhm.
Okay.
Makes sense. And don't we? And then what? And then you brought it up on the Head Start. So I guess Head Start is not available to everybody. I guess that's the issue.
Say that again.
Head Start is not available to everybody.
Remember, Head Start is a federal program and it has its conditions, financial, and some other requirements.
Right.
The major one is financial because I think you have to
Right.
establish a year. Okay.
And it seems like if you're going to do something like that, maybe that's what you should do. If you, because as you're pointing out, you're going to need additional personnel anyway. So instead of putting them in kindergarten, put them in a like a pre-kindergarten class.
Well,
for in general.
let me give full disclosure because from when I joined the board in the first term in 2013, okay, I was aware of the VI code mandating territorial. It said a territorial uh, voluntary pre-kindergarten for 4 years old. Nothing existed then.
Mhm.
Okay, I kept
Right.
pressuring Commissioner McCallum at the time and pointed out to her that this legislation existed, and she then, finally, the following year, I think it was 2014 or 15, that she then uh, got a grant and started what she called the Granny Pre-K. Okay. What I had couple of objections because one, she started in schools that served neighborhoods that were not necessarily needy, and that was my point, that it should have been for the households that cannot afford private child care. Okay, because I
Right.
see many females who really may want to work but they can't because of the child care situation, that they don't qualify for the Head Start, but the Head Start is filled because that's a problem with the Head Start. They just you know so I after she started at Granny Pre-K, I noted that there were other schools that really could have used the pre-K for the 4 year old. But the problem was the schools didn't have the room to set up a pre-K. The department didn't have the money for, special size furniture for a 4 year old, and we didn't have the staff, the teachers qualified for early childhood instruction, and that still exists right now. We're limited with the early childhood certified faculty. So it's like, why discuss anything else when the department doesn't have the money, doesn't have the room, doesn't have the staff? I mean, we gonna force it?
Yeah. 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 And I know like it will take a special effort, to take 4 year olds in with the 5 year old. I'm not sure how that works. I remember that there was
If
like
as is,
when they
it's what
checked
we
back
want, or if
with
there's a need
students and
for
the
amendments, there's a
reason
need for
was
changes. But that's a big.
and they said that they weren't matured. So this seems
Well, I
to
would think
be
that
an
if
issue.
if they were to do it, they would be separate. They would not put them together. because
Right.
the law is saying 4-year-old and calling it kindergarten, but it would still be really a pre-K.
Right.
Okay.
And that's what it seems like, which then means, as you pointed out, we need extra room, extra teachers, and a paraprofessional. So the question is, able to make this happen?
Senator Hines
That
introduced them.
did she address any of that in the bill?
She, like I said, the bill really is simply just strictly saying to change the age. And she
Yeah.
and she did admit that she's looking at some amendments, and she just let the bill stay on the agenda because she wanted to hear the discussion.
Okay.
Okay.
So maybe she's open that.
But my position is, whatever the discussion, it doesn't matter. The point is, we cannot service any more children. Eh?
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have enough for the kindergarten as it is, and you're going to move the age so to add a pre-K mandatory. It is now voluntary, and they have because I heard a number. I think it's 200 and something uh, kindergarten children. They said in St. Croix with 80 something in pre-K, and St. Thomas was in the 400 with kindergarten, and even a higher number with pre-K. So the point is, we're serving now, but you cannot add any more. You don't have the facility or the resources.
Yeah.
And all you would do is end up harming the children.
Yeah. And we're struggling with the ones that we have. Are you seeing the latest scores?
Then they said that what scores?
The scores we came out in the media.
Oh,
For the different schools.
I saw the article, but I really did not get time to delve into, really looking at what the whole thing means. I need to look at how you determine who is a 5-star and 3-star and all those kind of thing. And well, off the top of my head, and I might be wrong, I don't see that anybody could be a 3, 4, or 5 when you're talking that 80 to 90% of the students are 3 grade levels below in English and math.
Well, it's really bad when they look at the math proficiency. I think there's a school, one of the high schools in St. Thomas. Their math proficiency was 0.8%, not 8%, 0.8%.
That's what
Which was the second bill.
the second bill.
I'm here. I'm sorry, I'm late because the manager here, Mr. Rains, was trying to get to the section to pull up the presentation of Senator Heiliger in the explanation with her when she proposed the bill, so that we could hear it and then be able to have the discussion.
That would be nice.
Yeah. So that's what he's searching on his computer for the exact spot in order to put it in. But as I'm saying, and I don't want to seem like I'm just beating because that's not my intent. As I said, from very giddy up have always support early childhood education. I remember when I first met Senator Fred Gregory when she was campaigning for her first term, and I happened to be in St. Thomas. I said to her that the female, because they're female who would get in the Senate, and they would always talk about they're there to represent women's issues. And I said to her, I hope she doesn't make that mistake, because while they would say they're concerned about women's issues, not one of them have I ever heard deal with the fact that there is a need for proper child care, so that females can be able to enter the employment workforce. And that problem still exists. No?
Yeah.
We hopefully we can move a little faster in in the construction of those Head Start facilities, because there are several of them. I think that FEMA allotted to be financed, right?
I can't say for sure.
Okay. Well, I do think that it is so, and but still, again, when you get the facility, you still don't have the people. Okay? And by that I mean the staff, the credential staff to take care of the children. You know,
Yeah.
uh,
And it's a big deal. I was saying that when we were talking to the manager, that for the schools, I think for one of the high schools in St. Thomas, the math proficiency was 0.8%.
oh wow.
Yeah, that's just insane.
Wait, what did you say? High school?
Yeah,
Oh wow.
yeah. So conflicts among the four high schools, conflicts is where the best at 50 something percent. I think it was like 56. Central was next at I think it was next at 50 something. I think Charlotte High I believe was also somewhere hovering around the 50s. It might be 49, I don't know, but somewhere around it. But I guess it was your Hurricane that was like 0.8%. I don't know if it was a mistake, but it was in both and consortium had that, so I'm assuming it's not.
Yeah. Well, they said Mac. Everyone does say that Mac is the most serious. It's more so than the English. So
Yeah. And especially when you're looking at our world today and where the economy is based on and where things are headed, we have to realize that technology and finance is going to be hurt. And I don't see how any adult say that we're in a good place. Because so GRS financial. You got the people who can punch numbers, who can, use formulas and whatnot, and also look at the data and analyze it and predict where things are going. If we have if we have schools that are having 0.8% proficiency, where are we getting people to work at the GRS, ERS? It can just looking at the world today, that nobody can say this is a terrible thing. Everybody should be largely concerned. Even if all the other schools were doing that, let's say all the other high schools were in the 70s. Having this one high school at 0.8 should be extremely concerning for everyone.
oh, definitely, because as you said, it's high school. You don't expect something that low in high school because I mean, hey, in a couple of years you're an adult, hey, right around the corner, But my thing is, I don't understand why our department though is so secretive as I see it. I don't know. I'm misinterpreting or classifying it with the problem of the deficiency because I have never heard the department solicit help from people who are out there, and I'm not just referring to retirees, anybody who has free time to do a one-on-one tutoring because as I seen it with programs and I don't remember the islands, but some Eastern Caribbean islands where they that's what they do, and also the mainland, and that is producing because it is, the children are responsive to that one-to-one tutor situation. And we have so many people locked up, like they're inviting dementia and all the other ones that you call it, Alzheimer and everything, instead of getting out there and using that brain. But I can't blame them because, as I said, I don't hear the government asking for help. And really, I wonder and think sometimes that they don't want the help.
Yeah, and this should be a state of emergency. We're still
Agreed.
doing so badly for so long, and nothing is really changed significantly, and particularly again with the math scores. It should be a state of emergency where you want all hands on deck, and whatever flexibility is necessary to be done, because this is just ridiculous, and it's been going on for a long time.
Agreed. Agreed.
You know,
Right.
and again, when you just look at the AI, the use of computers, it should be perfectly clear to us that we are not doing what is necessary to participate in this world as it is now.
But what
Um, you know,
stops
and
what stops from getting to a state of emergency is, I don't know if you've noticed that the slightest the slightest percentage of change upward is heralded, hailed, celebrated. Okay. So it's like, if
yeah,
it makes it seem like, hey, we're moving, so don't worry about it.
right.
But the move
But
is not anything
you
significant.
see that the math is not moving, it's going, and when it is moving, it's going down. It's going to read and it's suffering some, some help, hope here and there. But they're not, and the numbers are what they are, and I know some people other people don't know they're not trying. You don't get 20 days, and again, even if you're not trying, that's the problem.
Well, I hope that maybe, pardon interruption, that Ascent would think to ask the question today, because they're in there right now, the entire Department of Education and representatives on the board, but to ask the department uh, what to comment on what do they think about asking for volunteers to, yeah, do the application process that they require with the police report, but to have a mass solicitation to try and get one-to-one help, tutoring help with some of these more serious cases, and see what the comments are. Because, like I said, they give me the impression, I might be wrong, that they really don't want anybody in their schools.
Yeah, yeah. As a parent, that was my impression. They were like trying to push the parents out of the school.
Yeah.
School. In fact, I almost got to do something with a police officer. We ended up becoming good friends later on, but that I was like, they were wanting me to pick up my child in the parking lot across the street, after that bar. And I'm like, I don't make no sense. I got up with this, I'm coming back and I'm picking up my children. And you're telling me to have my child off the road and be in the parking lot of a bar for me to pick them up.
Mm.
I was like, that don't make no kind of sense. And it's like they didn't want, they were pushing the children, the kids out of the school. And the thing about it too is nothing had happened. There wasn't like, a thing there, ready there, and, act the fool or whatever. And, there's like, does not make sense. I want to drop off my child. I want to look around, see if everything looks okay, the teacher's okay, and before I leave, and then to pick the child up, I will just see what's happening, just to see violence and to see if there's anything I can be concerned about. And then especially, I don't want my child hanging out being in the parking lot of a bar for me to pick them up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that's not the kind of thing that is done trying on a daily, days a week basis. That is not the environment I want my child to get comfortable.
No.
And so, we're not taking education seriously. The farmers are taking it seriously. And they just couldn't survive. Every complaint about solution is every last thing. Where are we going to get our workers from? The workers in the government are coming from us. They won't come back. And that's what services also how we have trained our children.
And we have not, and way that the baby boomers retired or whatever, it sort of went to the wayside. We are not educating our children about the Bible and life in our region. We're preparing them for the faraway maybe otherwise, and then we are upset when they leave. But we don't prepare them. We tell them nothing of the region and even of our territory as to the possibilities of what we can explore locally.
Do you have another call?
No, not at this time. I did want to make one correction before you go on. Well, not correction, but to add something because I did say that the bill with the Pledge of Allegiance and the motto was our health. But to be more accurate, because I recall this is what they were saying, that really is going to be so worded that the board I think will be mandated to make a policy. So everybody agreed, the majority, that it would be best as a policy, done as a policy, not as a law.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So on another note, this is something I brought up throughout the years ago. But it's now actually seems to be more, it's for lack of a better word, taught to younger people. So I pointed out that the first bill that the other side of the law was medical marijuana bill. And I'll tell you about that. This was basically him being brought over and put in the sand, powder with sand. And he had the people using more marijuana, so they're more pacified, and so the more so when it comes time to go up against things that introduce it, the warriors all call school, and basically that is the how they were saying. Well, somebody brought up on another talk show that in Madagascar they had a revolution that overthrew the government, and it was powered by young people.
Mhm.
And that is also occurred before that in Cameroon, where they overthrew the government again, also powered by young people. So I call it but this wasn't the first time that this was similar to in the civil rights. A lot of it is powered by young people.
Yeah.
They have energy, they have the time, and they don't have as much to lose. Somebody in their 30s who has a family, has a mortgage, and so bills to pay, and children to that depend on that. They have more to lose, and will be more to to participate.
But let me just
And
interject that historically, wherever usually those like rebellions are led by young people. I mean, our history with emancipation, with contract data with young people, and as you said, the civil rights, Martin Luther King created the concept he was young, and the people around him that they were in their 20s and early 30s.
Yeah. And then a lot of the college students, like Michael,
Right,
and, a lot of the
right.
college age. So I think it's caught on. When you look at the science pattern, that started, and I think it was 2013, and a lot of them were college age and so on that were education. But then it started realizing that there's no, before 2013, there was only two states, Washington and Colorado that had it. Washington State and California have it done it yet. I think they did those in 2014 and 16. But then quickly they realized that we in different states, I think we have 23, 25 maybe states. Where has the Black Lives Matter from different from? So it started in 2013. The only two states have it existed. And after that, state after state started to collapse. And when's the last time you heard of Black Lives Matter movement?
Well,
Wow.
it looked like they sort of they've merged into other things. 'Cause you hear new organizational names, but when you look, there's some of the same people.
Right, so they're not as active. The protest died down. The high energy stuff went away. And when Miles and Madagascar and Cameroon, they wanted to leave. So in the places where it's legal, it still happened the young people participation and overthrowing government. The case where they realized they were protesting, but as this president became legal, protests went away. And
You-
it's not surprising.
May I ask you,
So,
if it's not surprising, would you agree then that it is the deficiency with the education that contributes?
well, yeah, that's all I know. Because for a lot of people smoke because they use it to relax from anxiety and all that. So they have strong anxiety that helps them relax. Weed and alcohol. But the more educated you are, the more options. So you can think of options. You can think of things. You have a predicament. You can think of a lot of things that can possibly work. If you're not as educated, you're not as right to think of as many things. And so what tend to have more anxiety when things come up. Okay, that's the thing. He was tend for, and I think because not everything is absolute. You have some of the people who are formally educated, or being formally educated by life, and he can come up with a bunch of things. But if you have somebody who's being informally educated and formally educated, they are likely to have a higher level, because they have both types of education. And so then that's essential because economic and ways around it, ways and ways, and not really being covered. With anything, ways, you know, I don't know if the intended purpose of, um, you know, to allow it and don't get, with this, and this is to get out of that experience.
Well, when I said educated, I really was making reference to the fact to as to how much is known about the history. Because, for instance, I think with the with Americans, it's like the young people come to realize that so much of what they were taught is not necessarily accurate, and it's like, well, what there's no value, there's nothing to believe and nothing to trust in, and so that's why things are like sporadic, as opposed to when you talk Madagascar or Indians, they are more into their understanding and knowing their history and past events and past occurrences to then build on, know what they're missing or what they used to have.
Mm. I think that's a little bit. Um, yeah, I have to think about that because well, there's one thing that is true. The James B. Is connected to a lot of the past generations, more than the millennials. The
Yeah,
millennials, they more connected to the generations
right.
before. And there's definitely a disconnect. They
It's
don't
like
know
they,
a lot
it's
of
like
what
everything
happened.
was hunky dory. That they don't see that there were any problems. Just as people struggle, just like they struggle now. But it's and therefore, I don't know.
But that's what's the need to lack is the informal education that comes from the community. They don't seem to talk to all the people. They talk mainly among themselves. And so they don't know the past because they haven't talked to people who do know the past. They don't seem to have that communication. And I guess because they have to, that's where they can sit there in a silo and just communicate among themselves and know what's going over there. So the time to the millennials is that when they get into the groups and start talking, was actual one thing in the beginning, thing with actual talk. So some of us like just overhear something and then they correct it. Okay, well, no, that isn't exactly how it happened. This is how it happened. But under the communicate this when it's on messaging and whatnot, and which usually does not include all the people. And so when they have misconceptions, they just begin to actually get amplified. So I think that that's the dynamic that has changed.
And we're not
Years
helping it because we're moving even more to virtual, taking away in-person situations. Even more. So all we're doing is making it worse. Basically.
right. We don't know what this is because we're not overhearing the conversations. And so the opportunity for an older person to step in and to give them a little history doesn't happen like it used to.
Well,
And so, and then because there's nobody to correct them, whatever they think that is still the correct thing.
yeah.
There's nobody there to go away. That's not really so because of this, because I know, I see, because it's what people do. Your still was, people who verify that this is what happened. And so, yeah, I think that's the dynamic that's taking place. So that's the formal education that used to take place between generations is, I don't think, happens that much anymore.
Well, I'm going to get the next time and see what they think. Thanks for your contribution.
Okay.
Good afternoon and welcome. Thanks for holding. Uh, that was not me. I don't know who it was. What I didn't do anything. Caller, so please call back. The whole the whole phone just went black. Everything cut out. Okay, and that was not me. All right. I want to point out too, because I did see some with me, but today is it's a celebration of breast cancer. Um, fight against breast cancer. So those of you who might look at the TV later or whatever with the legislature, that is the reason for all the thing. Okay? Good afternoon and welcome.
Yeah, Mary, like that I dropped.
Yeah, that wasn't me. I didn't do anything. I went
No,
to
no, no, that's you. I said, I got time for fire. People
yeah,
like you.
the whole thing, everything went black as soon as I went to push it to take you away. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, oh, that's not that. I said, Mariana, that's all.
And,
Anyway,
yeah.
um, this is the second time now that I was able to hear someone that's Democrat that they won.
They
Just
won.
for, they won, they win,
Ah,
they won.
uh,
That was with CSC and with Raymond. The only question I have is, what, what did you win? If something is egregious and against the people, and you who even known to only you and your dominant party, which rules the three branches of government, would say that you win. Well, I mean, you say that, but then who have lost? The people have lost.
oh, are you making reference into the case that they just had in the Superior Court with the election board? Is that what you're
Yeah,
referencing? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
well, that's what I'm referencing now, but you know, with regards to the other
To
party,
her, the dismissal of her charges against her.
yes.
Yeah, yeah.
So the point I'm trying to make is that they did not win anything.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing the people have lost.
I mean,
You see?
yeah.
Now, I always listen very closely to the Christian miseducator when she talks. That's one thing she always likes to say. And you think we do anything like take us to court? Take us to court? Well, and we done. So we're not afraid. But she knows what, how come to find out. They take us to court. We're not going to win in Virginia court. Okay? We have to stick it outside a yam. Never win.
Well,
And that's how the same thing.
well, let me just put on my position, okay? Because
Okay.
I was in the courtroom for that case with the TRO that was brought against Raymond Williams by the three members and the citizen. Um, I sat there in the courtroom, and I will tell you, in my opinion, it was not that Raymond Williams won. It was that the plaintiffs really did not make their case. Right? Had
So,
it been well done differently, they could have won, and that is my
okay.
position.
But then, let me ask you this, too, Mary. I'm sure you know, Paul, and I've had a lot of dealings with court. Oh, I mean, a plaintiff not making a case or not maybe as forceful as it should be does not give the judge to rule in favor of the other side. It doesn't.
No, the
And
judge has to rule according to the case you present, the charges that you make, the complaint that you make, and the evidence that you bring to support the complaint. And that was what I saw was wrong. First of all, I have learned by experience and observation that if you're going to proceed, first of all, keep it simple. Okay? I believe they had 4 or 5 counts. I can't recall. It was several counts at any rate, which when I read it, I thought that was, a problem to begin with, uh, you know, and then in the deliberation in court, there was absolutely no presentation of evidence for any of the
okay, no,
And this is, yes, this is me sitting in the courtroom until they are recessed for lunch. I did not return to the 2:30 call that the judge had set. I did not return because I said I knew then what the outcome was going to be, and I had other things to do. No, am I? Let's make sure. No, am I am not either.
In cases that I continue to win. Now, tell me this. What if the judge has seen that the sentence maybe in a person wasn't seen as effective, or the judge has said all of the sentences, listen, I would suggest you go and get an attorney. What would it, somebody would have
He did know, he did, to his credit, the judge did say something to that extent in the very beginning. He did. And the judge, the judge in questioning the plaintiff, tried his best, in my opinion again, to help how he could in directing the plaintiff to respond to things. For instance, the question that was asked from the very beginning is, what is the remedy that you are looking for? There was not a direct answer. Okay? The answer was going all over the place.
Okay.
It was, removed from the board, moved from chair, and stop the meetings, all kind of things. When basically, as I said, keeping it simple, it should have been removed from the chairmanship.
Okay.
Because as I see it, that's the crux of the whole problem. You can't remove the person off the board, but you need new leadership. You need a different leader. Okay? But hello, it was like 15 minutes back and forth, questioning in different ways to try to get it, and it never got to that.
Okay. Let me say this. I'm hearing what you say. I ain't saying you're right, you're wrong.
Yeah, yeah. There will be lots of people that say wrong. I know some take my position and stand my ground. Yeah, I stand as,
I understand all of that, but I'm trying to stand my ground now. I can't understand. What I am saying, baby, is that then, like the really man, Mark and Mary, the Eve, a man, will continue, and the dominant Democrat will continue doing what to do. But now, what is the difference with what happened in the case of the history in the Virgin Islands? If they happen at all, what happened then? Tell me.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
How do you go understand? What is the difference in the role of the judge in the history case or the same one? In the history case, in this case, what supposed to is that the only difference?
No, I mean the situation, the circumstances, and the argument is totally different.
I see, okay, good. Well, let me go to my situation, how I want to case in the same court in the Virgin Islands. With a dominant Democrat as the judge.
But let me first point out something, because I did not see that this. I don't give a damn what the miseducator said. This does not need. This does not need to be. This did not need to be a court case. Okay? You have 3 members Three members who already are supportive of changing leadership. That's the three who are plaintiffs. Yeah. No, no, but the point is there are members that should have been lobbied one and one to get the majority needed to support a motion for removal. All right. Um, just just for your information and the listening audience, let me point out to you that I was sued 4 times. Because let me finish, okay? Because I never been sued until I became a member of the Board of Education, okay? And was well hoodwinked into replacing Nandi Sekou as chair of the board when she was disrespecting the members, okay? And because she was upset and being removed, she sued me case after case after case. Me and the other members who voted against her. Okay? As chair, I was the one, and you can check with attorney Jennifer Jones, who is a legal counsel and still is for the Board of Education. Because I was the one had to sit in every single case and give the attorney all the documents and evidence that was needed in order to have every case dismissed. Right? And those were superior court cases, including an appeal that she had made to the Supreme Court. Right? Now, that's the four in court, not to count the two or three that was also filed by her friend in the herb agency. Okay. Right? But as I said, I make sure that if I'm going to argue something, I know exactly what the main point is, and I make sure that I have paper, black and white evidence to support the position. Okay. Now, okay, I understand what you're saying. Believe me, you know, I am on your side. I understand you because you is me. We are on paper work. And I'm going to get somewhere in the violence because of who we are. I make sure it makes things easy because I make sure anytime I do something, I do it in accordance and compliance with rules, regulations, and laws. And that is why I am even now I have still from that Board of Education situation one last lawsuit still hanging in Superior Court that I have to now do totally by myself to say because the members of the board have disallowed me legal counsel, even though it's a situation that exists because of the board. Maybe that's only that maybe I said I was there on because you tell me how much is on it. And then I say on it. It's on it. In the body, well, it is not a matter going up against the government. The board has its own legal counsel, and and being that is something, but being that it is an issue that only exists because I was a member of the board, I should be represented. And if that legal counsel does not represent me, then it should be from the Attorney General's office. But the same leadership of the board, okay, misrepresent, and you have the very person who filed all those four lawsuits against me that were lost or dismissed, still sitting on the board. Okay? And she makes sure to remind them every time that and you see, we have a situation where black people, and I'm not afraid to say this, black people are easily intimidated by titles. So when you have somebody that you call attorney, immediately anything they say, the listening people want to believe that it is so, not knowing that attorneys lie too. They lie or they don't always tell the whole truth. Well, once again, we're talking the same level. Let me go on to say this. And this is the very reason I was said people who don't
and said, when you come in, just like that, he go and then that then they said what then I done it from myself. I said I got out of Jesus to get back on the ground.
Yeah. You have to be careful, you know. You have to be careful. The person you're referring to is now a full-time employee in the legal counsel of the legislature.
I don't give a damn. Jesus.
All right.
This is why Mary have to stop praying a title. If you're wrong, you're right. If you don't think you're right.
Mhm.
But that's and I've closed my saying we hate one another to love another God.
All right. Take care. Thanks for calling.
Okay?
And folks, the lines are available 773-0390 and 770-490. Okay. I do know that some of you, and a lot of you out there probably you listening to the Senate hearing because it is still going on. That is the Senate Committee on Education and Workforce Development. I do hope that they can get some good report on what is happening with our children, that there is some indication of significant improvement and that things are going to be better because let's make sure we understand that education is the foundation of economic growth. So if our education system fails, well, we're in a world of trouble. So let's make sure that we and hope that we keep education, public school education on track. Now, I want to say something where election is concerned. Not necessarily but in general about the election, the process of election. Make sure that you understand that there is the bill that will be soon come in, I would think, um, to the committee of jurisdiction, and that is going to be Bill 60187, okay, proposed by Senator Franklin Johnson. Okay? Now, there many, quite a few of us asked Senator Johnson to prepare to bring this legislation because we like voting on paper ballot. We, uh, many of us like voting on paper ballot. I like having the choice, and I think it is everyone's right to have a choice. You want to vote on the electronic voting machine, that's fine. But if you want to vote on paper ballot, you should be able to have that choice, and the paper ballot should be, as indicated by law, be placed in a ballot box. And when it is removed from the ballot box, it should be hand counted. Okay? It should not, that paper ballot should not at any time be put into a scanner or tabulator. No, the votes on that paper ballot should be hand counted. And that is 360187. That will soon, hopefully, very soon, be on the agenda for the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. And I am calling on all who like the choice of voting to one, if you feel that you have an argument to make, call Senator Frank Johnson's office and tell them that you would like to be placed as a testifier for the bill. But if you don't feel that you want to support, please, please, please come sit in the conference hall, St. Croix and St. Thomas, whenever the committee hearing is announced. I'll be sure to give notice of that when I take it on my program here or when I call into anyone else's program if I don't get it in time to make a previous announcement here on a Wednesday. Okay? And I will definitely alert everyone because, folks, let me remind you, our representatives here are influenced by numbers, okay? By numbers. So please, 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 St. Croix and St. John, when it is announced for 360187 to be heard in committee, please sit in the legislative hall to show your support for the bill. Now, I want to clarify something because yesterday on the St. Thomas station, I did call and make a comment about a citizen over there who was being prompted, okay, encouraged to be aspirant um, for lieutenant governor. And I called and gave an opinion, asking the particular person for not not to help. Let me explain why. There is no sense of negativity or embarrassment affected the person. And folks, 2026 is a very, very, very important point in the advancement, the growth, development of this territory. And we have to make sure that the people we elect next November are knowledgeable, are credentialed, and I'm not talking necessarily college or academic credential. I'm talking credentials as far as reading, attention, analytical skills, communication, because they need to hit the ground ready to work. These European folks, we're just about exhausted, come to the end of all those millions and billions of dollars that we got subsidized by FEMA or whatever else area or um, origin of the monies. But there will be some that within the next 2 years or so will be disappearing, exhausted, removed, not used. So we have to make sure that we elect people in all areas, right? Board of election, board of education, senators, legislature, governor, and lieutenant governor, and also yes, delegate. We must make the best possible selection of candidates in every area. And even more heavily, criticism where the governor and lieutenant governor is concerned. And let me explain why, which I neglected to do in my comment yesterday. when we vote for governor and governor, the winner is determined by a ratio, score of having gained 50% plus one of the votes. If that does not exist, 50% plus one for a winning government and then government, it means that the top two have to enter into a runoff election, right? And why does this happen? It happens when you have the mountain of teams that just in the race for being in the race and they know they ain't going to play. They, I mean, let's be honest about this. Okay? Don't tell somebody, don't encourage somebody to run for position when you damn well know they're not qualified. They can't do the job. So what you doing that for? Okay? Wasting government money, wasting people time and money, and putting us in a position where what might be the best team is now put in a situation for more of a challenge because the numbers are being taken away. Okay? The less team you have on the ballot for governor and lieutenant governor in that general election, the better. Well, better the race would be. Okay? Now let's make sure we understand. Remember, yeah, you do they still have probably teams, several teams because running in a primary and not because they're all Democrats or whatever. That does not concern. I am talking because the point is that person that wins that Democratic primary with that team will come now to me, and this is what we've been having lately. 2 to 3 to 4 teams in an independent situation. Okay? That means if you're going to have 3 or more teams running for governor and lieutenant governor, you're sure that have to a runoff election. And as I said, sometimes that just throws a wrench in the game and really in the election and the campaign. And really, and sometimes I've seen it work against what would have been the better team. Okay, so that was my reason yesterday, calling and talking and making a comment on the same time. I'm trying to encourage the gentleman not to run in that gubernatorial race. You know, hmm, should they choose to run for something else, well, that's fine, but not the gubernatorial race where we need somebody from the area to get that 50% plus one. Okay? So I hope it is understandable with that explanation. Okay? Um, Now, as I point out, I always do make sure I am reminding you again that history, historically, the data has shown that the majority of you out there do not, do not go past the ballot for senator. You stop right there. Don't do that anymore. Please continue on the ballot because after the list of candidates for the 37th legislature is going to be the ballot for the Board of Election and the Board of Education. Those are two very important boards with great responsibilities, and those candidates need just as much scrutiny as any other candidate on the ballot for other positions. So please, 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 it's 2026. Every man, woman that registers to vote and goes to vote, when you vote for Congress, governor, lieutenant governor, senator, keep going to board of election and board of education. Good afternoon and welcome.
Okay, you have someone else to take that.
No, go ahead, it's you.
Yeah, okay. I'm listening to you, and I second exactly what you said. Of course, I will continue in my speeches or in my writings, continue to encourage those of us that do not vote, because there's a lot of us that does not vote.
Well, I am hoping, pardon interrupting us a quick minute. I am hoping that when 360187 comes to the floor of the Senate, that it pass and that passage of that bill will encourage some people who are lack confidence and trust in the system, that might be an encouragement for them to register and to vote. First of all, I'm assuming something. Do you know what I mean by 360187?
Yes, I know.
Oh, okay, all right, very good. All right.
Right. I put amen to that. You see, because I mean, we have to understand that that is, well, I wouldn't say the only power that we have, but the only democratically and legal power we have is to vote.
Yes.
In other countries, it is done other way. Okay? And I have seen what happens in those countries, and they say nothing nice.
Mhm.
Okay? So at least let's do the one power that we have, and that is to vote.
Yep. That many of our ancestors died for.
Oh, God, so much of them died for it. So much of them. Women suffering.
Yep.
I can't imagine when they were refusing women to vote. A woman who bring up that in this world, I'm refusing women to vote. Give me a break. What? This is what any group that call themselves in charge would do. They're in charge. And they will set rules, make laws, and they will break the rules and the laws that they're in charge.
Mhm.
And if we allow them to continue to do that, then Papa will smoke our fight. Now let me ask you, uh, is the situation with what is going on in the United States and extending to the world and most of the whole Caribbean? You think the people in the U.S. Virgin Islands is taking it seriously? Or are they saying, we are U.S.? I mean, I have heard that, and I don't know that that's by right.
And what then here we are in the US, you heard we are American, which is the misunderstanding. Okay. And it went quietly away because I highlighted as soon as it happened. There was that incident of a couple who went to St. Thomas for honeymoon, I think it was.
Yeah.
And when they're looking to return to the mainland, the,
Uh-huh.
the wife was held by immigration, okay? Because she was not a natural born citizen. She was some kind of a green card or visa or something. I mean, what you would call legitimate paperwork. But the point was, it so highlighted the fact that we are not Americans here. eh, Because the point is, the woman came fine, but she was not being allowed to enter back into the mainland US,
Oh,
where she lives. eh,
so how is that now?
eh. Well, I really, and that's why I said the story kind of disappeared. I guess maybe she got out, but she was detained. I know she
Yeah.
didn't, she was not allowed to go on that flight that she was scheduled. She was detained. They probably worked it out. But my point was to highlight it for us locally who think we the same and don't understand we are possession. Okay? Granted U.S. citizenship by Congress.
Uh-huh. Well, you see, Mary, the thing is that it went to sit on it took my mind right back to actually, like, you don't use like the word nigga. It's a few every day that we call that Sunday. It brings back to my memory the feeling nigga, also the house nigga. And the house nigga was taking shit in a grab guy. But he don't care that he's got mother holding the stuff, something that's all, and he ain't care for that. The fear we get this, anyway, the point I was trying to get at is 7 million people across America are in the street against this foolishness with us. And by extension, the king decided to go level from government, which is both one man I was trying to get straight to be the party. And he started just right doing that. And the Americans, the Americans, right, right, we can understand what we have to find out. If we put to them, the only people are sending the EU, that you name what? US of it, in general, I have my, whatever I saw across the mostly the southern states, I have whatever cause there is, what for schools, for hospitals, for whatever it is, I see there. Okay? So yes, I was counted among the 7 million. Okay. And then, what are you doing that for? You don't say that people alone. Sometimes you want to take people got sent to who they say they are some chosen group that it will happen to one person of that year. I don't know where we get a kind of policy from. But far as I would say, you don't have a name, you get that. And he was a Vietnam veteran too. So I know he had many headaches. Like a lot of them. They must say, oh, Trump and them, all these runaway scholars, they got fortunes, they got flat foot, they got all kinds of stuff. They got being that they have in Japan, which is the color pink. Because the white and the pink, they know to go. You see. But our, you know, and the time of the time, a lot of people know the traffic started. Voluntary after 1 year, you didn't have to, you have to
Sign up.
select the province.
Yeah.
Register. So you didn't have to go, it was drafting you. The draft is on again. And if you look at the numbers and all the drafting, it's a place.
Well, we know know who it is? Yeah. Well, I'm waiting to see if they really going to let him go walk away with that $230 million that he's now demanding from the Department of Justice. Well, okay. Well, no, because my thing is, you can't expect the government to reimburse you when you are giving charges and hello, quite a few of them you were found guilty. Hmm, I don't know, but let me let me give this other Carla a chance. If anything, you could come back. All right, thank you. Good afternoon and welcome. Afternoon. Yeah. Well, and it wasn't necessary for his because I was asked if and I told the caller, yes, I said, but I didn't really get into them to really, I just glimpsed the article. But did you read the whole thing? You can inform us.
looking at the teacher and saying, mathematics should be taught by the teacher from an all academic, I was up to the grade, and to make sure that the students have the skills. You know how many students have graduated out of elementary, sixth grade, going into middle school, and don't even know basic addition, basic subtraction, basic multiplication, basic division, right? Basic subtract. Then you get into middle school, you get put into algebra, and you can't know the basics that are subtraction for the name the algebra. How in the world is that all the kids is out of elementary and don't do full basic operation of the computer efficiency? Meaning, at the state, and I want to have a computer without check checking, without studying, without all of it in the elementary. Then next, after the kids elementary and they get to school, after they look at the music and they look at the school, we have the algebra 1 and algebra 2 with basic calculus, geometry. I still don't know those things, but it's in those classes. And the administrator evaluates results. And some of the administrators will make clear results don't like that. Because if the process is in the form, the error is not infinite to that. All the population and it's going into the church, and that's a direct evidence into the church will both of the ethics of the comprehension period.
And I guess it starts from that the deficiency now. So because when I think about it, I mean, um, our generation growing up, it wasn't that it was a class, but the adults, the parents push the concept in a way because if they give you money, and you're going to buy something, they ask you when it's how much you have, what cost, how much you change. They focus on the math.
And that was even back. That's like I think a lot of people
Uh,
say that when they found money or
Well, the arithmetic because they force you to get into the subtraction and the addition and things. You just
that's what I said, the basic
okay.
and the mental part of it, you know, if you can make a comment like that, or if you understand money, you understand more. But math is way more than that. It's one of the most popular class of students that I have seen in years of students that have been in the body. So when they come to it, after it, I identify the basic comprehension, the basic operation, adding, subtracting, multiplying, and dividing. After we use that part, so we go to the that part, dealing with positive and negative impact. That is one of the trembling blocks of all a lot of students have had problem understanding. Also, add positive and negative numbers, how to subtract positive and negative numbers, how to unfortunately, and the home of one of that has got 3.5 equal together. You're stuck in your head. Do you know what's next to you? And now that you can, but then you don't have any. We have to start and make sure that the elementary foundation of mathematics is anything. So that when we reach the middle and high school, we already have the fundamental and the basic as a substantial thing as a second nature. It is not second nature to because everyone what happened to the high school is like the equivalent of the equivalent of the other. You know, what you have to do is you just have to I had a problem. I left at the beginning of school year, at the end of the school year, I just started was working when I reached the end of the summer, and school people, you know, what and two, and I Mathematics will help our understand how to build on to help defend ourselves against the shift in the United States, for example, you might want to take a tour of mountain higher in the country. If you understand how to develop mathematics, to be able to teach the challenge that is out of the core mentioned, that is the process of applying mathematics into the external knowledge. When it's complicated, you have to do how to engineer and look at poetry, opinion, you need an opinion. Mathematics is not just how to money.
No, no, I have.
In the United States of America, the Apollo mission.
Oh yeah, I know that. I know the name. Yeah, yeah. Mhm.
And again, we have a foundation and a fundamental knowledge of mathematics, but I think like it's so
Okay.
so the point that another thing is mathematics is mathematics is not an unsuccess in the world today. I don't work on professional development or anything like that. We don't that really to mathematics.
Well, I have been for some time now advocating, and I'm continuing to do it, to try to get first of all, for the department to be more amenable to go out and solicit volunteers, because I think to make any change, it has to be one-on-one tutoring.
I agree. And I like you saying that a lot.
And for whatever reason, like I said, it seems like I do run into people who are willing to be volunteers, but it's like really is the department who don't want people. They just don't want this that as a interference, or I don't know where this I really don't know what it's.
They
They
will
just
become a people like them to march and do it. You don't want to do it on the phone. Understand that. You see, mathematics is something that a farmer
well,
higher
the thing is, they believe in this I-ready business, so, they really believe that the I-ready is going to take care of all, whether it be math, English, or science. That's what I just said these children come up.
And you have heard of people that are doing so many children that are to the hair and the same and blocking any answer or different answer. No, it's because they don't have the skill to deal with the reading comprehension and the mathematical analysis to actually put them putting together and work on a computer, which is a third variable. Math is one thing, math comprehension is one variable, reading comprehension is a second variable, and computer ability to utilize the computer is a third variable. When all of things in one is open that, so it's reading math, and you expect them to perform good investment tests. I mean, I don't understand people could say that the people in leadership roles have to mathematics. Really? Now, I don't know if the Department of Board of Education or something, we don't have done a survey. How many students are going to be whether it's UVA or any studies abroad from that home with mathematics? It's not a very lazy. And they are like, as more people in their system perform that, I think they have access to mathematics. Because it is a challenging field. It is a field that we cannot make the thing our way. And a lot of people, people will say that every person has a solution. That is mathematics. Every most problem has a solution. And both have operate as a life. They always operate things that I don't know the answer. I don't know the solution. That's how we operate. That's our problem that I solve in the world. So I don't know that these people in leadership would understand that. And we are asking all of them. When they come out of these elements, they will school. Leadership have a evaluation. And evaluation for them to pass so that they can fail. And also, that is the other part. If you pass it, you can move to the next level. But you know what is not happening because every administration is going to look good. So very much create that good. So that I can look good. And then after I go good, the school is the school structure, infrastructure is improved.
Well,
Every other administrator want to look good and you move on about from one school to the next. There's no improvement there. And I was trying to look up the formula with the body. It is the key child that the people want. Not the administration. Really the credit that the child do.
well, I am still advocating and pushing for parents to demand this a one-on-one tutoring program with volunteers because you know, if the parents if they'll only realize that they have the power to make things happen in the system, you know, it could happen.
Really, and this place a month that is no I just know and you know that so much for students who want to learn how to go on school, right? And look for any the only return for any level of life of beauty as just as practice my right and will child collect. So if you have two children and step about it, and anyone one is more appointed. But structured by area find the mechanism from the way you can go home and check the CPU, what, and what is being processed, and what is processed, and then limited commitment is really a lot of people when you come to the belief of the around Africa. It's possible because I don't like nothing else. So it's not just because your wife is talking or something like that. It's something to learn. And learning is application. You have to want to learn.
Well, thank you much. We appreciate it, and I hope it make a difference in this system. Well, your officials are all occupied right now in the legislature because they have the Senate Education and Workforce Development hearing going on. Well, that was the one thing that I was kind of not understanding with this core thing they have with these schools. Like, my thing was I think they said the highest was a 3, and it was complex or whatever. Because but my thing is, how you scoring when you have children, and I mean this is unusual, 3 grade levels. Uh, how can a school then get any kind of a positive grade with the data showing that with the students? And that's my confusion.
The one with the good answer is called fudging the numbers. Fudging the numbers and let you have two that look good and can be cool.
I see.
You want to check when children are leaving and everything. No pleasure to children are that when you leave and use them as schooling, I'm not going to render you the
Yeah, it's something I said years ago, and it wasn't officially noted until when the gentleman, Mr. Hall came to UVI. He on the Senate floor made it official, telling them 80 something percent of the applicants were required to do remediation.
hello. Well, okay, anyway, thank you for the
Thank you for the comments. All right, thank you. Yes, folks, 773-090-773-04. The comments are welcome. Yes, and praises, whatever. And as I said, yes, I do believe it is. I don't know. It looks. I do believe no. I think it looks like it's over, and I'm referring to Senate Education and Workforce Development here, and it appears that they might be over. So, strange. I guess it did not have the bureau section included that. I seemingly it just dealt with the it was just an agenda dealing with the bills, and there were just 3 from Senator Hyde. Um, um, I'm interested in finding out, and if anybody listening is here, what was the outcome of the last one? And I'm referring to the one where about the 4-year-old. Good afternoon and welcome. Good afternoon, welcome. Okay.
And I have spent most of my life trying to show people the practical application of math abilities. And why don't like practical? What am I going to use? Right? Now, I can't think of any occupation where you're not going to be in that. Even if it's just cooking, you have to measure. Okay? Okay. Um, at this present time, I'm working with a young lady who thinks that she would never use geometry. Okay? Now, so right? So, I'm just saying, so she has to move me around. So, every time she uses a geometric theory, like creating a full form so that you can shift the weight, right? And you know you're using geometry. I use enough that as a computer, and then I have to explain the principle
Yeah.
behind what she's actually applying and not even realizing that she's doing it.
Mhm.
Okay? And if you go into the medical field, you have to measure out medication, you have to know how to take a blood pressure, and so on and so forth. So I'm just trying to give everybody the idea of the practicality of mathematics, regardless of whether they're having one or one. So all of the trigonometry or calculus. At some point in time, you're going to use it, but maybe you don't realize that you're doing it constantly.
Mhm.
So that's my little one more thing.
Go ahead.
You're talking about the parents being involved, right?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if you realize that anybody below the age of 40, 45, they have gone through this system that we have here. So how are they going to help their children when they never had the level of expertise that we came before that? They can't help their children.
Well, my idea is for the department first, so I call it orientation, but for the department to help them, give them whatever basic instruction and training that they need to then do a one-on-one with, the needy children.
We need to have the parents.
Yeah, help the parents. Yeah.
And how many of them is going to come to get that help?
Well,
Well, the majority of them is comfortable orientation to the students from school to open.
that is true.
Yeah,
That is true.
so, yeah,
But yeah, but you see,
so,
my thing is just is my thing is to deal with anybody who wants to help, whether they're parents or not, as long as they get free time, say an hour a day or hour a week that they will devote in order to help a child, then organize them into a group and give them an orientation as to how to deal with the children so they can come and give a help. Because I think one for one will make a difference more so than sitting in front of computer and some already program.
I agree with you because that every child can learn with the computer programs that they have.
Right.
Some kids need, like you say, a one-to-one because they have learning disabilities
Yeah.
that you cannot address with a learning program. I know the sites that they're talking about that it will teach you how to do, but it's not taking consideration that this child might be dyslexic, that this child might be a visual learner and another audio learner. So,
And then the child will just have any kind of question. I ready program to answer you.
well, the clues I have to provide clues to give the answer. So I mean, I don't understand how you're supposed to relate to that. But I'll give somebody else a chance to comment.
All right,
What do
well,
you think of it?
thank you for
Okay.
your comments. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome.
So yeah, Mary reminded to revisit something with the power of education. But let me say this, I am always honored to listen to Brother Q. Uh, most of the with Mario, and I said other stations that maybe I don't listen to, but he seems to always come on before me or after me, which is good because I learn a lot of what he is saying. I know he's a mathematician, and what he's saying with regards to that was true. And of course, the other lady was the one that came out after him also to talk about the need of math and the use of it. Well, I was in the seventh grade at Sierra Maria School. Mr. Mario, if we call him Amijo Francis, my cousin, was my math teacher. And I told him that I want to be an engineer. And he smiled. You want to become an engineer? If you want to be an engineer, you know, you're talking science and math. I said, well, yes, I realized that. And he opened my head with math. I mean, a lot of things he did after school. And after I left him and I went to the ninth grade, I left Sorokin, the one that the school is named after Eudora Ken. He's the one at Sorokin. I'm so far back at my school. I don't know what school they went to, what kind of grade they had, but they got from math, what to deal with them there. So before I school in 12th grade, I have mastered, I think all we went about algebra required. We then go to geometry, trigonometry, algebra. And I mastered them simply because I wanted to be an engineer. And I thank those for also my cousin and Matthew Francis and Eudora for the test that it took the time to make me who I am today. I know I think they maybe they have been disappointed with me simply because I got no letters before and after my name. And I did not take another professor that I had electrical and civil engineering. So many courses, but something that had to be, however, I was still able to learn some very good jobs, even in the Virgin Islands, but also on the mainland, because those in the Virgin Islands still have my need of what I know. You know, you're not here. You know, I know that. So what I know is the full mind. How come the boy is asking that? I tell you what, folks, level of power and power class. And then the nation says, big, massive, in terms of the never have to come here for the degree. Oh, you have to have a degree pass.
All right. Well, I got to hold you there. I can give the next dollar a chance.
I don't understand.
No, I say I need to hold you there to give this next dollar a chance.
But you go right ahead. You know what? Go right ahead.
Thank you much. Good afternoon and welcome. Thanks for holding.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes. Sound before this last one. What are you thinking? Some of it like my mom, I never heard that sound.
No, I think you called the wrong place. They no song here. You might be talking about the FM.
Yeah, I think that's another country. What,
You called you called WSTX, but this is the 970 the AM.
okay, okay. I was, I was.
I will. Well, you can call back and the manager might be able to tell you the number for the FM. I'm sorry, I don't know it offhand.
Okay, no, I'm about to pick up all the time.
All right, you're welcome. Yes, hello, good afternoon.
Really?
Yeah,
That was a call back from you. Free now?
yeah. The gentleman
You know
was
what I call?
if you were looking for the FM.
I don't know what I'm.
No, I said the caller was really looking for the FM station.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, okay. So let me tell you, so like I said, so then I got to realize the need for the plan. I mean, a lot of the children, I got a 9-year-old that he is so good at math. And I want to do not only as he, because
Exactly. Yeah.
so that's the point I was trying to make. And I always I like to give credit for those that helped me. And I mentioned before, Mario Francis, my teacher, there is Donald, my teacher, and Shukla, Shukla is a German scientist and mathematical physicist. That's the title he carries that I worked with in Western. He was brought on to do some work and one of the cables that runs from Africa Point to South the way of the John. And we sometimes we would have problem when we were on the water cable, whether the shaft by the cable or the erosion, the cable move and then they skin off and then it was shot out. But this something wrong. I mean, I remember in my life seeing someone that had we were looking through a called a compass. This is a key. And it was bringing the cable right all the way up the ocean floor. And the shop still was a lot of it. And if one of them had a car and we wanted to find it, we would do what we call mathematics to find out what is called the area of or the direction of that ball in the table. And in mathematics goes something like this. I would have to look at the other calculator, my own
Well, basically now it's ain't about the quiz, it's about experience.
That's it. But when you were set up, a lot of people who were subscribed to the fact that experience teaches wisdom. They want to tell you that you are somebody. But I don't program a lot of times. I don't think about it. I don't think about football education. So, you have some that are saying Jesus for the boy. Oh, I know very well. But you didn't want to
Yeah. Yes, yeah. Well, I don't know what you want me to say. I mean, I am only one by myself, you know. When I feel is something important enough to say, I say it, and that's it. But it don't necessarily move the needle any.
you know that
I, I don't have a problem with what they do. The problem I have is when they try to uh, leave me out from information. Like for instance, I recently found out that three members uh, went to um, went to a conference in Minnesota. Okay, now by all rights, up to now really don't know exactly what the conference was about because they gave a sort of a report, but it was not that comprehensive. But the point is, there was never any notice of the conference for all of us on the board to be able to know this conference was available because really it is supposed to be the board members' choice as to whether or not they want to attend our conference. But I never got the choice because I didn't know about the conference. Well, it ended up being for who? The chair went, the vice chair went, and the other member, Hendricks went. The three of them, I know for sure because they sent a summary of of the trip.
let me ask you this. What is, what's the name again?
Emanuela.
The West Perez. That's the same one that said many times that the sushi for that's happening. That's the same he about the law that pertains to education and that still the board that takes the kind of education and maybe even some of the power is actually on by going away. That's why we allow that. You put in the code.
Well, how are you going? You're not going on to don't read the code.
I don't understand. I don't know, but you see, I mean, it's proven that I have seen it before, no, because I've been on the outside for either as the chair boss, the secretary of the board, or in the case of housing authority, as the executive director of the and most of the decision making is secretary to the board. And I will do my therefore, give the customer a chance and everybody has tried to have you. When you go to the department, it's education, that's what
Exists not just to the board education, because you have the situation now with the GESC board. The GESC board has election coming up next month. Okay, and you have just to remind everyone, listen. the GSC board is that government employees service commission that deals with the health insurance. And all of a sudden, there are like four people now who are running against the sitting chair, Beverly Joseph. But none of the four of them have ever been to a GESC board meeting. And I know because I mean, I keep regular they put what happened in the meeting. The government trying to how you going to run to be a member of something you've never shown an interest in?
Even that's something.
But come to find out, it's a matter of having friends in personnel. And, so now people want to be, have all the friends that they call so when they go away, they can just have a good time.
Right.
You know?
And to see that, it's just more than a whole get that more than in the world and whatever the best they are. Who gets the question and a clip?
Well, the public need to realize that the board, as it is made up now, is a very committed set of people from different areas with different skills and different understanding, and they definitely do work for on the behalf of the people. So to go and change the makeup of the board now, where the elected ones are concerned, they would be as shooting themselves in the foot, and they better realize that.
You see, but you see, I tell you, I who feels it now. I don't know how it is. I am one. I come to my school. Came to the cardinal of the six because I don't know. And we got married, and I was in top position, so I was at four laptop. And I'm the head of our school. We're radio, young life monitors the plan and monitoring the emergency in the field. Tonight, and the lady said, enough of that. So I will go crazy when I sleep and she asked me, it's whatever my doctor will get. And
Mm.
I got there, but then there are some of us, kill our person was to get a job done. Then I slackers, who only there for what is the what the woman said. When we used to run the house authority, and I have to go to Washington, D.C. every month, I would always travel my financial person and my kids in the middle. People also wanted to talk about dollars. And we have a food and we have a $2. Oh, and the floor.
You know, I know for a fact that the makeup of that GSC board as it is now is people who are serious about the work. Well, the retirees are who the representatives who are there for the retirees. They are not challenged, so they will keep their position, and that is Debbie Christopher and Tori and Laurie Anderson and Thomas. But the
Yes,
chair and an assistant and vice chair, which is I think is Calendar is his name, is St. Thomas, and then Beverly Joseph, the chair in St. Croix. And anyone can attest, anyone like her or not, that has seen any Senate hearing where Ms. Beverly Joseph goes to represent the GESC board. No one can criticize that woman's representation in that position.
oh boy, let me tell you, I can say praises and that's the one for I get it. I have people who say that they want to who is this woman?
Well, tell them if they have any government, any friends or relatives presently in the St. Croix government employment to let them know they need to vote for her next month because the personnel and people personnel and the good for nothing personnel are trying to get her out.
Oh my God. You think that?
And,
aspect of it. Not only the department, but the government to get together.
That is the way it is, you know. We like corruption. We like to just do what we want to do. You know, it ain't about the people. It ain't about the work. It's about our selfish wants or whatever.
Exactly. And of course, all things we need to do is what not to, and how they can do that. So join and tell them on the top part of the Kalanga.
No, no,
Yes, you
she,
don't know. You don't let one another.
she can't do that at all. She takes her work so serious that she can't do that at all. That lady even sacrifices her health sometimes. Even her personal life, because as a matter of fact, I almost forgot. We're going to be sending off her father tomorrow, Mr. Joseph.
You know, I don't want to go to started and I get that started.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I got a lot of for the government that later, but so
Yeah, he's going to be late. He's going to be late the rest tomorrow morning. Yeah, and I mean, you know, and I'm sure the people that she deals with on an insurance basis will be there, you know, supporting her because she's highly respected in the field. Right.
you look at it, hypocrisy, that is hypocrisy. What I know that kind of get over people outside and about it. Anyway, I don't got anything else.
All right, dear. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome. Thanks for holding.
No problem. Greetings, before that.
I am blessed and highly safe. I hope you are safe. I do
Yes, I am.
apologize for the holding.
Oh, that is something. All right, it is really. But if anything else, I want to tell you, I really respect Robert.
Oh,
When Robert was on the video, for 3 years I listened to Robert. One of the things I should learn from Robert and Troy is that there's a way to put something into place without using what we call it bad words.
um,
You know, there's a person to correct a person and tell him what he tells you what himself without using bad words. And Robert had a way of doing it, and he would come on you like a come out and do it. And I liked it very much. I wish Robert was still without time. Some of that here would go away. Miss Moore,
yeah.
I have some people here who think I would like the cars, and I hope they would consider putting their house into it for St. Croix for 2026. Not for the year, if you
No, 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 no.
can even
No, no, no. I the good education is where I intend to stay.
you want to stay there.
Yeah, and I'm going, and that, you know, let me take the opportunity to say that because, like, I don't know if you heard me earlier when I was mentioning that I had a similar discussion on this, well, it wasn't wrong me yesterday in a St. Thomas station concerning a gentleman who people were encouraging at the time to run for governor or lieutenant governor. And I called him to tell the gentleman because he was online that he shouldn't do that because it was a situation where he's been a candidate before. And I heard his interaction with I think it was one or two forums. He was not knowledgeable at all about the position, nor really fully knowledgeable about government operations, period. And my thing was, which I didn't go on to explain yesterday, that I want to get the opportunity to be able to call that station again and do that, is that in particular, the governor, lieutenant governor race, numbers count because the amount of teams sometimes is what makes a problem with the outcome because of the 50% plus one requirement. And my thing is, 2026 is important. Don't need a bunch of people who running for running sake and throwing off the numbers and really causing the really for the team that should be there not to make it.
Yeah, we don't want that. We don't need that.
Exactly.
Very nice.
You know. So when after I hung up, the host was telling the person, you know what you want. If you want it, you go for it. And I was disappointed in the host because I know the host know that the person that he's not qualified. And my thing is, I don't see that it is an embarrassment or a negativity or I know I didn't mean it the way I was, and I told the man that I am simply telling you the truth. Maybe another position, but not governor or lieutenant governor. And all you're going to do is throw the numbers in the election.
Well, I don't think he was being negative or harsh. That's the truth. That's the truth.
And the truth is,
Person,
when it comes to Senate, I know a lot about government, but I know my limitations. See? And there are a couple of areas, agencies that I am not at all knowledgeable with. And at my age, me looking for that to learn a whole heap of lot.
I understand.
I understand education. I spent 30 years and 40 years of my life in it. And I really, that's the important part to me because I believe with all my heart and soul that as long as a person is properly educated,
Mhm.
that will make a difference in their life. And that is why I fight for quality education in our system.
I work for the R1 education over everything.
Yes.
I heard you say that. So you said it last year before, and it has never left.
Well,
You know your name.
I just, you remind me of something because he and I had a conversation one time. And his thing then, because remember, that he and I were the original plaintiffs for the history situation. So we used to meet a lot when we were preparing for that. His thing then was health was number one. And I told him, I said, how you know what is good health? How to take care of yourself? What is nutrition? How you know? And that's when he said, all right, you win. It's education. So that's when he then took that position you're talking about.
You're still correct. Underneath your name, however, I have six other names.
Go ahead.
Number two is a gentleman by the name of Coach Paul.
Coach Twice a year never want a position. No. Go ahead.
I understand. Number three, underneath your name, I have a gentleman by the name of Tyrone Montague. He is on another radio station. And people will call him tablets, governmental tablets for government. And every time he's offering a call for action for results. And I think to myself, wait, we got nobody in the current legislature offering no result for the problem. All I need is a bunch of foolishness going on inside it. Number four, I have a lady who I find very knowledgeable. Miss Karen Dickinson.
Well,
I
Karen,
think
Karen said she considering,
yes, as of yesterday,
Yes.
yes. And I could support that. Number five, however, is a gentleman that's in the current legislature by the name of Franklin Johnson. I believe Frankie got on my phone, but sometimes you feel like he's in a room with a bunch of dogs, and that he's probably the only, like in your case in the board education. I believe sometimes you might be the only adult in the world.
Well, sometimes it takes a lot. Many times you got to find a way to regenerate. it can be hard.
I don't understand. I remember something happened that one day in the kitchen and you had to observe the reason just to keep everything cool and steady. So things were getting ready to get bad. And I said, wow. And that's what was government official. The last two names you might have heard before. A gentleman by the name of Julian Vera.
Yes, he ran last time. Yes.
Yes. And a lady who I heard of on the radio with a very nice plans and I like her. Her name is Jessica Child. Now, Peggy, I listen to you on the radio, and you and my wife has listened on the radio for so much ago. And I married a white Hispanic. She has read Crucial Dialogue, Defining the Problem. My wife has read one book about the history of the culture. And not my wife telling me of my own history.
Well, you better read the book.
I got to. I brought that book down from once. The farthest I got, I think, was to page 112. I took the book with me to Malaga, Spain, and I went on a trip there for 2 weeks last month. The book was translated by my son-in-law, and now my son-in-law is also a white Hispanic. He married a Caucasian lady. They had a son. The son is now reading the book. He finished the book. Yesterday, and he started on the second day this month. So in 20 days, he read 600, wait, 700 plus pages.
Wow.
And now he sent me a text saying, hey, let me know when you're ready to start talking history. I said, okay, I'm a 10-year-old. And he started telling me about my history.
Well, you better read the book. As I was shame for you, you get in that discussion and you can't hold up.
Yes, I got to give you a whole lot. We have come out and I want you to know that that book is very instrumental as well as the book written by a personal book. I can't remember the lady's name. Dowland.
Yes.
Dowland. Yes. After I read it, my real book, and then that's my book after that.
Kathy Dowling.
Yes. And just so you know, several teachers in the PI have purchased that book by Miss Dowling. And they are having their students read the book to them and read the book out in class. I wish things had went better with Judge Alfredo Andrews, and I'm not at all happy with him. Not that I got behind him for it to go and tell about himself. That was horrible. You write something, say you agree that it's not being taught in school, but then you say, oh, you still bring show any evidence that it is not being taught in school. That doesn't even make no sense.
I didn't think so either, because if you think I not know how you're going to bring evidence, I'm not.
Maybe you should have bring some children in the courtroom and say, hey, tell the judge Alex,
What? To be perfectly honest, you don't even have to bring the children, they're just the adults alone. When you say emancipation, they tell you, yeah, the three queens.
Oh my gosh.
I either just have my head and walk off when I hear them. But that is a common confusion that exists in this state, and it was changing when we used to, because that's why I started that foundation back in 2003 that used to put on the activity, the commemoration of July 3rd. And what I did was we used to, every year, I used to hire a different dance company, a drama company, and they would do a presentation interpretation based on fact in a reenactment of July 3rd. So people were being entertained while they were being instructed in the history of the emancipation. But what killed that was when we came under Young, because the funding stopped. the legislature continue to appropriate funding for us to put on this July 30 enactment. But once John Young became governor, he never ever allotted the money.
I'm looking forward to him going to prison. I'm looking forward to him going to prison. He feels like he gets what I looking forward to young and his wife to prison, as well as Albert Bryan Jr. and his children. But we thank you so much for the hard work that you are doing to keeping us informed on the radio and for being an advocate for education. And I'd like for Judge Andrews to know that if our students and our children in the United States Virgin Islands are not learning about the history, they're learning about revolver, they're learning about handgun, and they're learning about shotgun, and they're learning about rifles that are shoot at an automatic rate of fire.
Yep.
We don't need that. That is not education. They need to learn the history and how important they are.
Yep.
Thank you so much for the time, Ms. Moore.
You're quite welcome. You're quite welcome, sir. Thank you for the call.
Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome.
Yes, folks. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon.
Hi, welcome back.
Thanks. Your first is about more important education and health is similar to the basics of what's most important reading comprehension or math.
Well, it isn't. Oh, hold on. It wasn't that one is more important, but it means that you really need one to understand the other.
That's the same thing with math and reading comprehension. So
Okay.
both are important. If you help you get to a point where you're going to need math to improve your reading comprehension. I accidentally taught my colleagues with my elders. I actually had to my for them to learn to read by the time they were with my eldest, I was doing flashcards, which most of the time they were 8 months old, and they both learned to walk early. And so my eldest was 8 months old when she began to walk, and I was starting with flashcards. And I was figuring, can't trust. But apparently doing that made pay attention to that, and then she just started paying attention to how to improve and started word recognition on her own. And then once I realized that was going on, I just started buying books and so on. But after a while, I realized they were reading, and it's actually before kindergarten, they were like reading Nancy Drew books, which were like, fifth grade, and level books.
Mm-hmm.
But I realized they weren't really comprehending what they were reading. Their comprehension wasn't up to that particular level. And the story only showed, 4 surface points of the story. And so I thought to myself, and this was before they hadn't entered school yet. And I was like, what could help them understand the story better, to comprehend what they were reading? So they could sound out the words fine, but they weren't comprehending all of it. And so the thought came to me, math. There's logic and whatnot that should help. And so I started to teach them math. And their comprehension increased. And so there is that relationship between math and reading comprehension. Math is where you want to focus on the logic, which then helps at connections between things, which helps with comprehension. So they tie together, and it's the same thing with education and health. Education better enables you to understand what your parents teach, which they can improve. You're more prone to make better health decisions because of it. And so they have that same there's other studies, there's similar studies that show the connection, and it doesn't matter what you major in. The more math you take in high school, it increases the likelihood that you're going to complete that major. On another note, you're talking about taking trips and having your friends and having a good time and not, not trying to bring, learn things to bring back. And that comes from the lack of leadership. So leaders of the community, we give the community a goal to achieve. We're trying to do this. We're trying to become the best at this. They give them a reason to make the sacrifice. People don't just make sacrifices for making sacrifices. They say, okay, I won't do this, and I'll do this. I won't provide the other thing, but I will pass that up because if I make the sacrifice, my life will impact you in some fashion. If you, and that's what you by good leaders, give the community a goal to achieve that everybody is working for. There's a reason to sacrifice. There's a reason to have the fight with your children over their education because you need them to get educated. There's a reason to carry people that you may not particularly like on your because you're trying to achieve a goal and you know these people have skills and abilities that will enable you to achieve that. But without a goal, then it's your friends, people you like to be around. It's a sacrifice and carry somebody else, but hire somebody else that you don't particularly like, or you like less than the other person. But why are you doing that? When there's nothing to gain from it. So you take at that point the people who you are enjoying being around, or you hire the person that you enjoy being around. And that's our problem. We aren't giving goals to work with.
Well, let me give you an example of something with the Board of Education. Every January, there's a conference that takes place in Washington, D.C. And I can't right now remember the title of the conference, but it has to do with advocacy, right? With the National School Board Authority, where all the members come from different areas and they come to get trained in how to advocate and deal with demanding equity for them in whatever the areas. And then the last part of the conference is that everybody goes up to Capitol Hill to visit their representatives and talk about and advocate for the things that they want for their areas. You following me?
Right.
I the other day pointed out to the members of the board, why are we attending this conference? Why are people going to it every January? When I said, I have never seen any board member advocate for anything. Okay? I said, and besides our it's a delegate to Congress. They don't have a voting position. So what is there to discuss with the delegate to Congress to advocate for when there's no vote? Okay? But the point is, even if, and I went the very first year, back in 2013, when I, joined the board, I went first time, the one time, because I wanted to understand some of the, tools to use, process or whatever in advocating and lobbying for things, which I did learn, and I applied myself personally in things that I do. But as a whole, our board of education don't advocate for anything. I even in so far that legislature, I point out to them that the statute indicates we should recommend. Okay, we should recommend legislation. We have never recommended anything. What happens is when the legislature proposes this, then it sends it to the board for them to testify and give his position. But I, from the time I joined this board in 2013, the 8 years I did then and break and all back on, we have never had the board come up with an idea that we have sector legislation or that we have advocated or asked them to propose. So it's like, why are we wasting every Jan?
Look at all examples left us as to what we should be doing. What goals have they put forward? Do you know what the goals or what the one goal? What is the governor wanted for the Virgin Islands? Wanted us to protect it. Can you one goal that our current police has not passed for president? Last governor that I told that had goals that made public was King.
Yeah.
And the thing is, so he didn't last long enough to be those goals. I know he was into agriculture and he set off to study agriculture, but by the time they graduated and came back, he was already dead.
Right.
And nobody was interested in agriculture.
And some of those that got land because of him did not necessarily follow through.
Right. But because he holding on. That's what happens. So even when they do have goals, they don't last long enough to get them going. And so people don't pay attention to now, even when they come up with something, they're like, 2 years from now, they ain't going to be interested in that anymore. Why make a sacrifice? By the time I go to trade school and come back in 2 years, they ain't going to be interested in me. I learned to do we need equipment operators. I go to study the heavy equipment operators in a trade school or welder or whatever. I come back to that. Now will say, no, we have all this money. There's no reason anybody wouldn't have a job. Tell your child to stay on the couch, go learn something, be a truck driver or whatever. There's all these jobs.
Well, I have been trying for some time to get the board to look at there's a legislature scholarship listing that is set up for financial aid that the legislature funds. Uh, as far as I know, the list that is existing, I mean, is from the original. Okay, so we're in the 21st. I have suggested let's stick with each important, relevant department that there is in the government and find out what are some of the upcoming careers that will be necessary in that department where its function is concerned. The board doesn't want to do it.
And what we talked about, I would sure allow those departments to tell you clearly of the score what it is because that's not the way that's not the way we want aid, and then we share so much.
Even if they don't think that way, my thinking is the departments, the agencies are also attending conferences and different things on the mainland. So whether they're involved in it or not, they are being told about what's coming down in the future, the changes. Like for instance, I always refer to DPNR, where our coral growth is concerned, where our shore preservation is concerned, coraline preservation is concerned, our climate, environment, whatnot. There are careers that I think, because I don't know them, must be developing in these departments that we should add to the list, or replace something else.
Surprise. Obviously, you'll be surprised. Like it's your time to hard to come up with an answer, and many of the answers you come up with, you will see in 2 years it doesn't happen. I can't. I can't see a lot of what's happening locally and that kind of stuff. I couldn't really tell a person graduated from high school today. I couldn't really tell with a good bit of confidence tell them what
good area to get into if they want to come back and work and contribute at home. Because it's 2 whole years. A government comes in, says something, and even if they say it, even if they say they ain't interested in the thing they were doing promoted before. They ain't doing nothing, there's no jobs in that area, or they not even for at least 5 to those jobs are gone.
Well, say for instance, we're always getting documentation. We're always getting things that need to be preserved. So, don't you think that maybe we should be supporting someone who wants to be I don't know if you call it an archivist or a preservationalist or whatever you call it. This is what the board, this is what I'm telling you, is the function that the board should do. The board should make the list and then, advocate for the legislature to include it.
Right.
But then,
And so for this definitely need, and last month motion is telling us that the reason for that we should go is a meteorologist. We
exactly.
need somebody to look at the weather and for our the weather, for little now because there's what's going to happen in Puerto Rico. And many times when they need things that and happen to Puerto Rico, what is going to happen here is what's now. There was a right now who became interested in meteorology and stuff, and I gave her some advice and whatnot, which went off. It's that guy with the energy had testified somewhat recently before the legislature on the need for a meteorologist. They say they ain't got no money,
and that, but
and I did was fine.
it's strange that you say that because that is one of the careers that I did mention because while I'm talking to you about this from the beginning of the year, it's something that I asked Senator Carter to work on. And the reason was because as I told you, the board wasn't in any way interested, even though there is a law in the code that requires the board to biannually assess the list and make changes to it, recommendations to the legislature on how to improve it or upgrade it. But since the board is interested, I asked Senator Potter, and I asked because he was formerly the director of personnel, as well as he was formerly a director, an executive director with the Board of Education. So he has the background of the things, and the meteorologist was one that I suggested to him that in addition to the archivist and the ecologists and things like that. But whether or not it's going to be done, I don't know. And why I'm hesitant is because, like I said, I asked him about this since the beginning of the year. And I was hoping it was something he would have done in time for this next term of financial aid application that the board is about to go into in the first of November, I think it is, that the board the application for financial aids become available. Because
for our current legislature, they thought that we don't have the money for the meteorologist. But I would ask them, how much money did we lose when we had to shut down the government and unnecessarily for the weather report of Taiwan? How much money did the government lose, and how much money did they lose every time they shut down the government unnecessarily? I'm sure just one time would pay for meteorologists.
Well, you see, there are some areas that one can be eliminated or can be adjusted. For instance, there is a financial aid for what is called for National Guard. Now, it has never been used in all the years that I've been on the board because it is specifically for children of guard men who have been injured or killed, something of that sort. which is a situation that has never existed. So, so really, so really, that, and I think it's like,
Down the government. Jack Tony alone was paid for it. But they're not thinking again,
well,
you don't have a goal, you don't have anything
well,
for them to focus on. And this is our problem. We places that young grow because the leaders have a good goal that is present to the public and say, this is what we're trying to do as a community. We're trying to be good at financial network. We're trying to be good at computers, but we're trying to be good at maritime. And you look at it and say, what can we take advantage of? And then they hold that to the community now, and people have a reason to make sacrifice, a reason to work with people they don't particularly like. You know, they have a reason to sacrifice. And if you don't give them that, the only thing they have is their own personal wants and needs. And that's what they work on. And that's what happens. That's why the leaders have to give the community a goal to work on, a reason to make the sacrifices that are going to be necessary. And to get good at anything, you're going to have to make sacrifices. You're going to have to start talking a bunch of stuff. You know, and that's people don't want to just make sacrifices so they can sacrifice. Well, I should say, there's not enough people who are going to make sacrifices to just make a sacrifice. To take someone on a trip that they don't really want to like hanging out with, and then take one of their friends that they like to hang out with, when there's nothing you're trying to achieve on that trip. Well, I work with people who are into the life. Don't particularly want the only reason I am around them is because I have a goal that we're both working on and trying to achieve. And at that point, you want the people who have the ability and expertise that you need to accomplish that goal. But if you don't have this goal, you want people to like being around. And that's what's happening in the lives right now. Don't have goals. So it's about what stuff.
well, seemingly the governor wants to think he has goals, but he has not connected all the relevant agencies and departments to input so that they can understand their part in the goal.
Yeah. Yeah. So you put a good thing is I'm gonna get it from our elected leaders and it's time to provide some goals that you can fulfill. And I guess that's what we're gonna have to do until they find that it's on board. And then what you'll find is if you push goals, the community gets behind them, then everybody will be elected. I better try to push this goal too.
Well, I see a couple of areas that we should focus on while the people are serious. One is that there must be some careers in agriculture that we should be included on that financial list, agronomist or whatever. You see, there are things that are listed, but they're general and they're so wide because there will be a financial aid for agriculture, but in it has all a bunch of other things. So it doesn't serve many children because there's so many areas under the title that a career can fit into, and really it is a dog eat dog situation when we sit down to do those selections. Yeah. And
Well, I like the general finance is an agricultural provider. Whenever I like who's interested in finance, I encourage them to get into it because I don't know how many jobs they have, but I know the things people in it, even if they're away, people in it that when it would come up and that we would have
Well, I
that's been for decades now.
yeah, but it definitely, that definitely I see as an area that we supposed to be dominating because if we keep bragging about this fiber optic opportunity that we have around here, and now we're looking to add that situation about the connection from Africa to South Carolina, whatever it was, the thing. I mean,
Right.
what good is it?
Also,
What is good is it for us to have that if we don't have the children who are prepared to rule it?
right, right. People will come in and tell us anything, and we have to
Exactly.
believe them because we don't have anybody to ask
Exactly.
the questions so that we can get a truthful answer from as to does this make sense or not.
Ex-
You know, so
Exactly.
even at just that level alone, there is a little. And so we definitely need people in that area.
Yeah.
And it's not like you're not going to go without a job. And then it's also is that the U.S.
Yes.
So what you'll find is that you hear about children with experience that's racism because they really can't afford to do racism in these areas because they need people. You know, they don't have enough. And so these are areas that are pretty safe and areas that we need as a Virgin Islands. But our leaders to think so.
Well, we're not thinking in that realm, but hopefully we can get there. But I do have another call. I have to put that thing.
Yeah,
So
that's
thank
what
you. Thank you much. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome.
yeah, Mary, I mentioned that caller for mention about Ramat. He's so correct. It's so sad that Ramat has to leave us at such a young age, but he was one of us called the official personality that was not going to allow the dominant Democrats to make Ron right.
Well, I will, to be honest, I have to put, I don't know if I should try to put the name or the credit, which one, and Robert why I'm sitting presently in this chair.
Okay.
But I was never one who was, in any way considering being a talk show host. He just started on radio, period. But, he kept always calling on me, well, he left me in a bit of a pickle because of him at that one last season, man.
Yeah. But you see, that's how Ramat was. I've heard the young lady there, this unique one knows. I've said many times that Ramat is my encourager. But the kid of God, oh,
Mhm.
when you want to accept this person and he knows who was doing the right by the people. So, the other caller mentioned that it's something okay. It's how you call it about Governor King being the only one in his country that not gold.
Had a plan. Had a plan.
Yeah, yeah. And I am glad, proud, and happy that I was a part of that. So include, I remember when he went to Barrow, everybody was pop. And I wanted Pop to run for something, but Pop said no, he didn't want to run for anything. But he was a good senator, and maybe he's not going to talk about that. But well, the Yama, Rastaman West, the border farmers, and the Gulf Coast, and some of the border bays. The government went up there and to get more land for the border farmers. So farming was a thing that would have made the Fortune Islands and put us in a better standing.
Well, it still can if we could get a leader who understand and realize the importance of securing food.
All right. And I was told to that. We had current governor who said two things. Number one was education. He said he don't know nothing about education. Therefore, the people on the board themselves, and even the commission and gathered and that's a good commission, but I have heard because then you wouldn't quit. You just continue to hold on and do the governor wishes.
Hold on, listeners, because the man lie a little bit. I don't know if you recall, before he became governor, he was the executive director of uh, organization. I think the name of it was Student Achievement or something. So, but yeah, it dealt mostly after he left. I think when Pickering was a director, and then I think who that fellow Engelman was a director, and it focused mostly on financial literacy. Okay, so even if you don't know anything about education, but you spend time heading up an organization as for students that deals with financial literacy. Like, do you tell me if I was wrong to expect that when he became governor, he would direct his commissioner to implement the financial literacy education curriculum that is mandated in the VI code? Okay, but that's a damn thing he happened. Okay, maybe he wants you to go up and learn and understand finances better than he because that problem. But it says something about his lack of commitment and really intelligence to a point because I understand that he loves to cook. Yeah, that I understand that he loves to cook and certainly is a good cook. And my connection usually is because I really am not a cook. If you love to cook, how is it that you don't understand the value and the importance of agriculture? Because you would want fresh, whatever it is, whether it's livestock, it's vegetables, you would want it fresh, and that's the connection. But so I said some kind of you pack it in between the two ear then.
I don't know. I don't understand. I think that was for that. But I mean, I will not speak from you. No, but seriously, the thing is, Trump is highly illegal, and again the Constitution of the United States. However, he is allowed to do these things because a Democratic Congress, for whatever reason, allows them to do it. And I was going to complain. Anyway, the thing is that he was thinking I was like, oh, I had the same thing yesterday. He's looking at the accusation by thousands of citizens or to them because he got to spend money to sell the food. That's the only way he's looking at it. That is absolute in the forefront. In a one, he doesn't even see that. He paid for money coming in.
Mm.
By the way, I heard that the legislature granted him emergency powers again the other day to spend to get him approval.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I was talking about this in another radio station this morning. I read it, that thing that I was talking about you might have heard.
No, I really don't know.
By the way, Peggy,
yeah.
seriously, with regard to I was always going to do anything to get this gentleman to pay them the law reinforcement or the pay that proposed to them.
Exactly what that is a problem that was is he had made the promise that he was going to share 25 million every year for the 4 years that when he got and after that re-election. Well, well, remember the first one is I think was the one he used. They had to use to was that the first one? No, we got the first one. Is the second one is when he used to make up the payroll after he had increased his cabinet members' salary. Yeah. And that was then the other half of it that we got just this past year. So and I didn't get I just got a copy, but I haven't reviewed it yet of the budget. So I don't know if they have the 25 million in the new budget for 26.
If they haven't, it's never the 26 fiscal year budget.
Then 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 they would be sharing to those of us who are still old. Supposedly, the list has come down quite a bit because some people have got paid off. Those that had the lesser amount. It is those that we who are up, in the higher part that are still hanging there. But exactly. But but it's like I really don't expect because of what is happening with the federal situation. I really don't expect even if the 25 million is in the budget to get it because remember it's even taking people off the federal grants, putting them on the local, the general fund because of how, for instance, special ed, they shut down the whole thing now. I thought the commissioner jumped the gun because yes, he shut down special ed, but leave the people there until you know for sure that the funding stops.
True.
She jumped and moved everybody one time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I waited. I really waited, expecting for Brian to use that now and complain and say he can't pay the people who are moved to 35 because he got all these new people on the budget and the payroll.
Well, you see, I mean, you look at the partner like CPNR, which about 80% of them are paid with federal funds.
Yeah, but even if something shut down in DC, if the money's still flowing, where you moving people from?
True.
Eh? Because I mean, how much work it is to move somebody that when you hear, yeah, well, this might be your last paycheck, and you can't get the paperwork done. Hello, there, you keep saying there's a technology world, digital everything. So why you can't? You push a button here, you push a button there, and something moves, and the payroll continue.
You see, but sometimes you don't think learning and also say, but people that you feel are below you and don't know what the problem about. I know the problem. And I'm like, where is that? Not when it comes out of the part of my business. Do not do it. What am I supposed to make their own money to operate off? No. And the need assistance. That's why the rural education administration is there. Federal money. I need the local money. Maybe it's reserved. I don't get the money already. Shipping and education and everything. What is this baby? What is? Then if the one gets caught, I have to make a salary. It's too damn crazy. Yeah, but well, we will continue to pray and more than that because it will take a lot of prayers because this fellow named Donald John Wyatt, Donald John Trump, he is the actors of evil. He don't see that. He say he does.
Well, what the people need to understand and realize is come election in a little while, vote every single Republican that's up to with for us for election. Vote them out. So replace them with Democrats. They don't show you they want to work now. They're home for now for a month now. Vote them out. Okay? Take your chance with the Democrats, whether you like them or not. But it remains to be seen if that's what they're going to do. Because if they don't do that, means here.
I will say something. Look how tired some people are. And this white female authority friend of mine that used to practice in the Islands, back in our state of Chicago. And I had from like anything I say, just pointing out what the people say, she don't my own. I don't like what I don't like that. But now, rather than come puzzle, he got the United States into now. So he can't find enough money to put into Ukraine and Israel that the guy just put it now, that just put it an army. That's what they're doing right now. You promised Zelensky to try to Ukraine.
Zelensky.
You will get fire at one end and I don't know. He is the commander in chief of the world. So that's what he said. Well, I don't want that. When this friend of Hamas knows that
773-0390, 773-0490. You're welcome to come in and make your comments on another topic if you need to. Uh, this evening, let me mention before I forget that there is in person, and I have to say that there is an in person PTA, Parent Teachers Association meeting for the youth public school in Giant Farm at 5:30 today. Okay? So those of you who have children over there in Lumaco, make sure and get out to the PTA at 5:30 today. I want to point out that I did attend one PTO there, this organization meeting at Alfredo Andrew last evening. They had some interesting, well, they had a very good presenter. And please, I can't recall the lady's name. It's a strange name, but she is the territorial director of PI Library. Okay? I'm sure probably those of you out there who are aware of her. And she was there encouraging parents to sign up their children for use of the Florence Williams Library in Christiansted, because let me remind you people, that is the only library in St. Croix. Okay? Presently, the only operated library in St. Croix is the Florence Williams Library there on King Street in Christiansted. And they open from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. I did ask the lady, because this is something, from when Doc School was the director of the library at that same position. I remember he held them up in the Florence Williams Library, and I went there specifically to make a request that he schedule evening closing for the library at least once, maybe twice a week. Okay? Um, up to now, up to now, none of them can. Like I said, this is the only functioning library on the island for years now. Okay? Now, what the excuse always is they don't have staff. But people make sense of this. If you have a staff working from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., tell me once a week or twice a week, okay, can't you make a switch to have the staff come in from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m.? It's the same staff. So what you're talking on is telling me about you don't have enough staff. It's the same fetching people to work. Just have them work a later time once a week, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. We have children who have after school programs, okay, that might be with the fine arts, might be with sports, whatever, recreation, okay? So sometimes they come out of school, especially high school, they come out of school at 3, okay? They're busy with nothing until maybe at 5, okay? 5. But if you have the library open till 8, well, you still have time to go to the library to do some research, to do a project or accommodate the children, the students, who is what I think would be they are the main reason for our functional library. And what are we doing? Because you open 9 o'clock in the morning for who? Okay? Who? I really would wonder who is in that library between the hours of 9 and 11 in the morning. Is there anyone who goes to the library at that time, Williams Library, and see, you know, what kind of people go in there using the library? Are there people in there doing research? Are they in there? What are they doing? That we can have, like I said, one day a week. Well, two would be ideal, right? Really, two would be ideal. 2 days a week to have the library open from 11 a.m. and stay open till night. And I say if because just remember, if the children don't have transportation, they have to get out 8 o'clock in order to get the bike ride to go home because the bike ride actually leaves that running at 9. So all that has to be considered. But I don't see why you keep telling me I said it up the last night. Okay? You don't have to stop. And I'm saying that I am not saying you need more staff. I am asking if you can schedule the same staff to just open data and close data. And again, these kind of things, again, I put the onus on parents. Okay? PTAs, PTOs, okay? Get a petition together and demand that the library have a later closing date in order for your children to be able to access it. And one other thing she upset me about, she made an announcement that the bookmobile is going to be back on the road. So maybe it's had quite a bit of mechanical problem. You mentioned something about brakes, but at any rate, the mechanical problem is being taken care of, and they expect the bookmobile to be back on the road soon. So I made a request. Could you have it stationed for now until you're ready to open the Simpson Library in Fredericksburg, at least Simpson Library? Could you just station the bookmobile in Fredericksburg? Because Fredericksburg, oh God, what it is, for 2 decades now, that the library has not been open in Fredericksburg. Okay, so my thing is station the bookmobile in Fredericksburg until the library is ready to open because they're saying, according to the DNR, they're almost completed the maintenance work. They had a cleanup with the mold. They replaced a part of the roof that was old. They did all kinds of things because the library and it's going to be ready to open soon. I think the one problem that I think here mentioned was they're not sure about furnishing. Okay, they guess they'll have to uh, find some help from the legislature or whatever. But furnishing is what I understood would be anything a challenge for the Peterson Library. But at any rate, when I asked them about the bookmobile, her response was, it has to go on its own schedule. Okay? Now, okay. That's the purpose of a bookmobile, yes. to go around in the neighborhoods, right, for to give access to the children in the different neighborhoods. But if you got tongue, a whole tongue of Frederick said that does not have any sort of access to books and has been this way for at least a decade, if not more, it's going to hurt to just let the bookmobile pass maybe for another month. Okay? 'Cause I understand, I mean, I'm hoping, it's my understanding that at least by the end of the year, the library will be able to open, reopen. So, if we talk a couple months, maybe the bookmobile will be passed. Or at least share. Okay? But when I say share, I mean, okay, there are 5 days in the week, 5 work days in the week. So 2 of the days you go out in the neighborhood, the other 3 days, and I make sure that it's a set 2 days, you let the town and credit said no, the bookmobile will be parked up there by uh, the fish market area maybe, so that the children can come from walk up from Lagoon, walk down from um, um, well, I think just outside the area there, the housing project there by the seaside, or even walk from over at Walter Iron College project. But the point is, Frederick still need access to our library. Well, that didn't work out either. Supposedly, once the book is back on the road, we have to go back to the schedule of going from uh, community to community. They can't just put it in certain states. Okay? So, sometimes I wonder if really the mission, the purpose, the reason that we operate, the reason that we function is to serve the public. You know, and what public is it? It's the public that is your uh, small, limited vision, as opposed to the public that is in need. Because as I see it, the Frederick said children, okay, are in need of access to books. And I don't see why the book must be at this stage. And then the children, we're not just talking about the children, private school to all the schools, the children need access to the library and not now running run out from, limited because I mean, you get out of school at 3 o'clock, you know, and like I said, if you got an after school concern, because there are children who do things after school. There's some children who got music lessons, there's some that have tutoring, at least, whatever. So the point is, you need the extra time to later, okay? And I don't think that the director gets the big picture. Okay? So I probably make that one of my widespread meetings soon and see if the commissioner of DPMR will see the value in, like I said, just scheduling once, twice if possible, a week for the library to open data so that they can close. Okay? There are people who talk about volunteers, but in situations like that, can't depend on volunteers because they don't have volunteers. Okay? And you cannot depend on people volunteering to do something on a regular basis. And it is best to just get you hired help And like I said, instead of 9 to 6, okay, you do 11. And I'm asking any PA or PTO members who are hearing me, so one of you out there, get active, get activist, a real activist, and draw up a petition for that we keep doing, so that our children can have that. Okay, I think it would be right now. We are coming down to the last few minutes of the program. Um, I don't know. I really am really interested to know if the last bill with the 4-year-old survived uh, the move out of the country. I don't think so because if I do recall again, the senator did say herself that she thinks she was going to hold it because she had some adjustments for on thing. And then that my personal position didn't see that it needed adjustments and see that it needed to just be done away with because the department is clear and anyone who's paying attention will know that the Department of Education doesn't have the, the space, capacity, the people, the resources to implement a mandatory 4-year-old start education. It just can't do it. So it makes no sense to make a law that you know offhand immediately that it can't be complied with. Because, as I said, it is presently now a voluntary situation, and I think it should stay that way. So that if the parents want their 4-year-old to be in PK, they will register them. If the commissioner, because they have that discussion, um, assess the 4-year-olds and make sure that they are in certain conditions, that they're trained, um, toilet trained properly and all that in order to get the value of pre-K. All that is already in place, and I think we should send the highly should send alone. Right? So hopefully you'll see the wisdom now. She didn't say that she didn't decide that she was going to take the one with the pledge allegiance and then vote and then also to make it legislation to mandate the board to do a policy. Good luck with that one. Um, folks, let me explain it. Because the point is, we have a standing committee of policies, rules, and regulations that really has not been meeting because the chair of the committee has taken a position that that committee to properly operate needs for the board to have a researcher and staff, and we don't have a researcher and staff. Um, you know what I mean? Nobody wants to know research. If you insist that you can't even look at policy because there's no researcher and staff um, down there. So when if we will be getting a researcher, there is a funded researcher position, and I really don't know when it's going to be filled. We just filled the second position, which is the associate executive director. I didn't even know that she started until I heard her name called today, mentioned by the testifier from the board that she was on standby. So I guess She has started, but that's how the board is. Okay? They don't tell you anything. You're learned by each other, hearing the conversation, whatever. And that is because there is a pattern, a practice that everything that comes to the board before with other chair, it would be emailed to board. And those of you who are familiar with the email know what I mean. When you use the board, BOARD, at my, um, wow, I just, my, just forgot to record that email. No. That is because I bring it up and it just pops up. So anyway, when you use that particular email address, what happens is then whatever you email goes to every single member of the board, which is the proper thing to do. But anytime they deal officially with the department, the chair insists that it must go to him. And when that happens, well, it don't necessarily come down to the rest of us unless he deems it appropriate or whatever to hear, right? So that is what happens, and that's how it works. And that's what happens when you got people who use the power. Yes, I said it. There's no one gives a yes to it. When you have people that don't understand or not used to being in charge, they just take advantage when they have a title. Um, it is understood that in any board or commission, it is the makeup of the members, and it is the majority of the members who rule, not the leader, being chair or vice chair. It's the majority who rules. The chair is simply facilitating the operation, but there are very few members of board election and board education who understand that. And that is a very serious problem that we have, and I see this throughout government. Right? People just genuflect when you have a title. So when you want to get special treatment, get a title. And everybody going to treat you special, whether you deserve it or not, whether you qualify for it or not, and that's the way it goes. And mentioning qualification, let me spend the last few minutes on a situation because, as I said, 2026 election is a serious, I know we always say election is serious, but folks, this one is even more serious because, as I pointed out, we're dealing with things that are happening on the mainland and that are trickling down and affecting us, whether we like it or not. And with what is happening presently, it's a matter of if we don't choose the right people, and by the right people, I'm talking about people who understand what it is to be a public servant. I'm talking about people who are not going to tell you the tired. I see people get in position and they talk about, oh, I'm 24/7, I'm getting calls. This is too much. Hello, you know that was the job when you took the job. So you don't want it, then don't run for it. You need people who have the energy, who have the comprehension, okay? Comprehension. So you can understand what you should know. There are so many adults walking around this place that are seriously deficient in comprehension. Okay? Reading and verbal. They just get something and they gone on a total level. Let's try that. I thought it's amazing. And then you need folks who will do research, not just give their staff research to do, but will in themselves review the research to understand it so as to be able to then do the job representing us in whatever position they happen to do. And remember, I pointed out, and I'm going to reinforce this every Wednesday until election. The gubernatorial election, we must be serious in our selection this year. Because when you have 3, 4, 5 teams running for governor and lieutenant governor, all you're doing is muddying the race because you are taken away from the possibility of that one team or to get that 50% plus one. And this is what I meant yesterday when I made a comment on a show and asked a gentleman, please don't run, guys, he's not qualified. I was serious, not looking to embarrass the man, just talking the truth. Like I said, you ran before. And if anyone have the tape or could access the tape, maybe it's on YouTube, of the forum where he was asked question and man didn't answer that one question yet. Okay? So why you going to consider running again and only taking away numbers from people who are better qualified, better prepared, knowledgeable to be real, serious candidates? Because you're not a serious candidate. If somebody and tell you, like the lady tell us, we'll do some homework. Homework? When you run before and you still don't know? And I mean, how much homework you're going to do that you're going to get you any better off than you were before? We need to ask people to stay out of the race, really, if they're not serious. I'm saying it. Don't be encouraging people to run for a position that they're not qualified for. So, what are you asking them? Yes, Carla, you got a few minutes.
Yeah, the time is running, so I just would like to say there's a lot happening. It is funny that when cats, of course, it's not only in women, men just get breast cancer as well.
Yeah.
But mostly women, it's on the increase. And so what they're doing now, rather than rely on just mammograms and whatnot, that would tell you how far it has progressed or not, or that it's running the family or not. You got to find that a lot of people now that have it don't have it running in the family in the bloodline. So they're using some A1 in AI, intelligence. So find how to prevent it and not to arrest it or stop it from going forward. So whatever it is this AI and artificial intelligence will do, we welcome it and we only hope and pray that it will help our women who are suffering terribly with this cancer of the breast.
You just totally confused me.
I do understand.
I say you just totally confused me. You said they have realized that it is not hereditary, right? So that's what they've been saying. Isn't that's what they've been saying for years?
Yeah, that's what I think.
So now, if all of us are not all these years, you find out you're wrong, but AI going to tell you what is right. How AI going to tell you that?
I don't know. I want to see what they're saying.
But don't come repeat nonsense. Because, I mean, that's what you just tell me. how AI is to get in anybody's body to realize and understand what is the reason you get breast cancer. Yeah.
I agree with you. Again, I think people who say that you're not in the digital stage,
Listen is, I deal with common sense. Okay? So do me a favor, because I believe you understand common sense. Don't come back to my show to come with nothing that don't make sense. Okay? Because I don't like to misinform my audience. If you know it makes sense, don't say it. Good thing. Right, right, right. Now you're making sense. Thank you very much. All right, thank you. I- so that is the way I deal with it on this show. Now, I don't know if any of you have been listening, that he made sense, but I didn't see that he made sense. And I don't like, because there are folks here that listen to programs to run things sometime. I do that myself, you know. They always come talking that talk shows, but talk shows you learn things sometimes. So, not everything is bad. But I just don't like, though, for callers to come and say something that isn't so. One other caller here. Good afternoon, welcome.
Yeah, I just quickly looked it up. What they do going with AI is how the doctors use the nanograms. So
Oh,
nanograms, any other things, in our system. And he was telling me that, reading sonograms and that kind of stuff is kind of like, what do you call it? I think the people, one doctor is better than the other doctor is doing it. The one doctor is a bit of kind of see things that other doctors don't, and you can't really teach it. It's a word for it that is not skill, but there's one that's more like inherent, that the person just use that like that.
well, see, many of the teachers are to some extent, because as a matter of fact, I have a granddaughter in for grade, and that's what she's going to go study and some ultrasound, they call it sonography situation, to do just that. Yeah,
Even with the training, some people just specialize in others.
understood.
And so with the AI, now the AI, the computer and how large computer process, it can look for things like that and spot things that people might
I see. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay. I understand now.
I wasn't confused myself, and I was like, I have to do this one question was, yeah. And I was confused.
Okay. Thanks for the clarity. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, folks. That cleared it up a little bit. And I hope, is that a new call? I hope all of you understand that. Um, but we've come. Hello.
Yes, yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And thank you for your influence everyone on your answer about, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Go ahead.
Okay. Basically on our response to the AI. And I'm not, I'm not saying that it's cool, but I don't, I do not like the AI. There's some things you do for, because to me, AI takes away a lot of the common sense. Now, when you go to for radiology, to learn about sonograms and the different things and images and stuff like that, it's a cool way to teach you how to read images and what different pictures look like, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But as far as deductive reasoning and common sense and the way that a lot of these insurance companies are, it's a thing to take your mind.
Okay.
And a lot of times people go in expecting the expectation, you come out is different. And a lot of things are based on numbers and money. And I'm just speaking from being in the background of it. So if
Okay.
I want to make everything is about money, and if I can find a way to say come every so often because this is preventative, or come every so often, so it goes back to education, like you said, good health, eating the proper food, know what you're eating, that type of stuff. The microwave, all this other stuff that creates cancer.
Yeah.
Because even though when we go to the classes, they say that the voltage or whatever the voltage is,
I got you.
that
And
is
and
very low.
and not meaning to cut you off, but just because of time. And basically, what you're saying is, because more and more of our food are coming in these frozen packages, kind of thing that you just stick in the microwave, and we meet and realize that maybe that is contributing to
It's a
the
precursor.
right,
It's a precursor.
right.
Right.
Okay,
So I'm just gonna cut it short. Next time I will go into some more depth with you on some things.
okay,
So basically some of these things was taught to us in school before the cancer has erupted out as we did, but they were preventative. And
okay,
it decreased down like cancer that we have right now. But they're not teaching that anymore.
okay. Well, look forward to hearing from you next Wednesday. Thank you so much.
Okay, and thank you and blessed be.
Thank you. And folks, here that is the end of it. We're even gone over. Thank you very much for listening, and please stay tuned with WSTX Caledonia Communications. See you again next week.